Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 19 allies. We are going up against 39 enemies. And we are off with Hey Ryuku in first place. Monster Bait is in second, then Soulstream is in third. Monster Bait takes over first. Hey Ryuku is in second. Soulstream maintains the third. And there we go. This is going to be interesting. We may not be able to do this. Well, we'll see. Haltanux is now in first. Beck is in second. Monster Bait Me is in third. And oh wow, okay, the battle has turned. Gray Altanux. Really, you guys? I'm not hurting you. Leave me alone. There we go. We are done. We have won this. Congratulations, everyone. I was not expecting this. Gray Altanux is in first place with 12 kills. Bex is in second place, 7 kill, 1 assist, and Monster Bait Me is in third with 7 assists. We have Bombers, Unmentioned, and Vampire. Do we have a reliable battle within the battle? Nope. No reliable battle within this battle. So Smowing? You get vampires. Tolkia, the flying rogue, and Bluish Swede has been bombed. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. Then a gold chest. Alrighty, I still need to put archers down, so we will go with that. It is past 8 a.m. here, so it is time. Oh, I'll make a pit stop here. I am not seeing anything there. I don't believe I have anything in the 30s. That is an exception. So, all right. And now to visit the shop where anything not level 30 is being purchased. Well, that's easy. I am above 20k still. I get a refresh. And nothing comes of it. How interesting. Alrighty. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And now I need to check in on the viewer side where anything not level 1 is getting purchased. And I still have 3 resets. Refresh, sorry. That's 1. Oh, wait. Almost missed that one. That is the second one. And that makes 3. Alrighty. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. Nothing to say on my part. Still doing some work to get Bottom Rung released. Well, setting it up to be released. I have officially picked March 1st as the release date, which means the plan is to have it go up for pre-order 2 weeks before that. But some of the settings that I was told were there don't seem to, I can't find them. So I'm waiting for the people who know more about this stuff than I do. Yes, I know barely anything after publishing 18 books about Amazon, how it works, because this is the first time that I'm trying to do it properly. Anyway, today, Tuesday morning, is Read and Correct. Since I'm seeing names I haven't seen before, I shall give a quick rundown on how this works. I will read, a chapters from my book this morning and correct them as I go. I also record this to upload it to sites. So while I'm doing the reading and the correcting, I will be ignoring the chat. Any question asked, any comment made will be looked into after. And if a chapter runs long, it is possible that the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. So, to minimize the odds of things being delayed this morning, I will start now by confirming my microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes. Oh, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. He won't let me forget that he's there. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 73 of Breaking Step. It wasn't funny, Jekyll grumbled in response to the chuckling as they walked to the next house. It sort of was, Don said between chuckles. You made to quiver by a dog? Not a big one to that. The fighter rounded on the sorcerer. You have no idea what those things are capable of. I don't care how small it was. They're a danger to anything decent. You should be fine then, Mess says as Don stepped back, hands raised, but grinning. These things aren't normal, he looked up. One of you made them. Come on, fess up. Nothing that evil comes about naturally. You have experienced little of the world, Commodore said. If you had found yourself facing a badger, you would not think so. I don't know what those are, but they're probably dungeon creations too. Jekyll shuddered and Tibbs fought against smiling. The lock on this door was like the previous one, and Tibbs realized those had only seemed complex because they were different from the ones he had encountered before. Now, he could envision the type of tools a thief would need to get through them. I'll stand guard, Jekyll said, in case one of those things come back. You know, Don said, it's unlikely there will be another one inside. There was nothing there with essence, but Tibbs kept that to himself. Then you'll be fine, right? The fighter replied. Inside was much like the others, a living room with stone and metal furniture and an area to prepare food. This room was smaller, making space for a third one. It reminded Tibbs of Zachariah's art room. Bowls containing dried colors, brushes lay scattered on the bench, and metal frames rested against the wall. It's going to take until the abyss gets here to go through every building, as said, poking into the room. Can't you tell where the important stuff? Yeah. Can't you tell where the important stuff is, Tibbs? No. He picked up a frame and wondered what it might have been used for, and reflexively extended his senses. There isn't anything that. There is something, he said in surprise, as a difference registered at the edge. He couldn't make out what it was, other than it wasn't like anything else he sensed. Loot? Jekyll asked, looking into the art room. What happened to standing guard? That's singular. Don asked. Oh, Don was looking over a translucent container. Okay, I don't need... come on. Don't do that to me today. I'm in the middle of recording. But there we go. So I do not need to repeat that. I don't know. Don was looking over a translucent container. The essence doesn't... I don't have a word to describe it. Flow is the best I can think of. We shouldn't just go there, Don said, as Jackal opened his mouth, expression eager. One of these houses might have something important, a clue to where the boss room is. We'll come back after checking what Tibbs is sensing. Jekyll exited with a shrug. Tibbs followed. He sensed the houses as they passed, and they registered much like the others. Some were larger, some were larger, some smaller. Some had shelves and counters near the entrances that reminded Tibbs of the shops in Craggle Rock. He also sensed four-legged creatures moving about between houses, but unlike the previous floors, they didn't seem to react to their presence, as if they were just dogs like those in his town. What he sensed didn't become easier to explain as he got closer. It was a structure in the center of a large plaza, 1 story in height and made of a black something. It had the rough look of stone, but he couldn't sense the essence that made it. When it, what he what when he sent what he sensed didn't flow was still the only word that came to him, even if it wasn't the right one. The essence didn't flow right to his senses, to his sense, the singular. I wouldn't touch it, Don said as Mez reached for the wall. This doesn't, he trailed off. You can sense it too? Tibbs asked. No. He looked at Tibbs, surprised. I can't sense anything, and that's what bothers me. You can sense something? Something, yes, Tibbs shrugged. It just means there isn't any corruption, Jekyll said, putting a hand on the wall next to Mrs. He frowned. Or stone. Or fire, the archer said. It's cool to the touch. That's the problem, Don said, before Tibbs pointed out he could sense the elements just behind this weave? No, that wasn't the right word. Again, we should all be able to sense our elements within it. They are present everywhere. They are present everywhere. I didn't sense fire in those houses, I said. Then it's because you weren't paying attention, Don glared at the wall. There might not be a lot in objects that aren't burning, but it's still there. You just have to focus. Whatever this is, it's like some opposite of elements. Is that a thing? Jekyll asked. Not that I've read. It reminds me of the containers made to hold a concentrated essence, only this seems to hold everything back, which shouldn't be possible. Nearly every element go into making the containers, since that's basically what you need to ensure one element will be contained. Tibbs walked around the structure, which was only slightly larger than one of the houses, but more round. He narrowed his senses, trying to find a difference in the essence. What he found, he saw instead of sensing, and he didn't think it was a good thing. There's a door, he called. It doesn't have a lock. Is it trapped? Don asked, the first to reach him. How about triggers? There aren't any essence triggers outside, Tibbs replied, and I can't tell anything about what the essence in the wall can do. What is it doing? I don't know, Tibbs snapped, then took a breath. His audience was at the situation, not Don. The flow isn't right. The flow isn't right, he shrugged again. Maybe that's what none of you can sense. Maybe that's why none of you can sense your element. Or you are simply stronger than we are in this area, and it lets you sense deeper. I can't sense anything inside the building, Tibbs pointed out. It wasn't that it was empty. His sense stopped within that odd flow. That's not what I mean. Don studied the door while the others arrived. Essence can be layered within the same space and stop. I'm not dealing with that kind of headache while on a run. Don nodded as Jekyll stepped between them, and before Tibbs could stop him, pushed the door in. What? The fighter asked in response to the glare. You do that again, and I'm telling Krosef. You said there aren't any traps. I said I can't sense triggers outside. There's no telling what the essence does. It doesn't explode, Mez said, or melt our esteemed leader's hand off. Commodore offered. He smiled. Maybe it summons dogs. Don't even joke about that. Jekyll looked around. Tibbs ignored the lack of anything happening within the building and extended his sense until it was beyond the plaza. He sensed the creatures, whose essence was like dogs, moving about, and he considered keeping what he could tell to himself, but Jekyll's worry was increasing. They aren't coming here. They're just wandering between houses. He made a ball of light and pushed it into the building's darkness. As soon as it crossed the threshold, the essence grew until Tibbs lost hold of it, and the others backed away with surprised cries. What was that for? Jekyll asked, rubbing his eyes. It wasn't me. Tibbs tried to understand what had happened. Cover your eyes. He made another ball of light. I don't think that's Tibbs cursed as he sent it in. Don cursed as Tibbs sent it in. It started before it was fully in. The part of the packed essence that crossed the threshold immediately grew, and, try as he might, quickly there was too much of it for him to keep hold of. As far as he could sense, the essence within the wall didn't react. Even the light within it was still as it had been. The hand pulled him back. I don't think that's a good idea, Jekyll said. Tibbs's foot had been raised to cross the threshold. It would be interesting to find out if it reacts to something containing essence, Don said in a musing tone, or only exposed essence. You're welcome to go in and find out, Jekyll replied harshly. You can't send a teammate to his death, Miss said, pulling an arrow from his quiver. That's definitely a bad idea, Don said, as fire danced over it as the... I've got two as in here. You know what? Don said. Fire danced over it as the archer wove essence into the arrow. Mez grinned, putting the now ordinary-looking arrow to the bowstring. I can't let Tibbs have all the fun. Don and Jekyll moved away as he's not that important. As he let it loose. It happened nearly too fast for Tibbs to sense, but the arrow ceased to be as the weave within it expanded, consuming it. Then the heat rushed out of the door and surrounded Tibbs, and he couldn't breathe. In that moment, he was back in the inferno, fire consuming him. Then he was cold, staggering away. Why did you stay there? Jekyll demanded, catching him. I forgot how hot fire gets. Tibbs replied, catching his breath. This hurt you? Don asked, surprised. It's fire, Jekyll snapped. But Tibbs told me his elements can't hurt him. He didn't flinch at the light. Why would this hurt him? Well, fire does. Jekyll glared at the archer. That was stupid, Maz. Whatever's inside is probably destroyed now. I'm okay, Tibbs protested and stepped to the doorway. Nothing's changed in what I sense. He took a step back and pulled light essence to his hand. Tibbs, Jekyll warned. I'm not throwing it in. What he needed was something that should behave in a specific way without needing him to maintain control. He formed a weave, kept it purposely thin, barely more than a strand, wrapped it in a filigree and gently pushed it at the opening. The light that blossomed inside had the others cursing and looking away. Why isn't it doing anything? Don asked at his side while the others were still turned away. It is. The strand shouldn't be any more visible than it is next to my hand. The building was a single room with a central column that looked like the same dark material as the wall. Benches surrounded it, and at what could be the four corners, gray columns were topped with large clear crystals. One with a large crystal each. How much more essence is it producing? Tibbs stared at the sorcerer. How would I know? The increase might be proportional to the concentration of the essence, and then Don pulled an amulet from his pocket, but Jekyll caught his hand. You aren't throwing that inside. That, not this, that. We should be safe, Don said. The building contained the other outbursts. So long as we're out of the way from the opening, it'll be fine. Should? Mez asked. The sorcerer shrugged. I can't be certain without testing it, but I'm confident that whatever else this is, it isn't to damage the surrounding area. You can't know that for sure, the archer said. For all we know, the dungeon rebuilt all this from something that... For all we know, the dungeon rebuilt all this from something that building destroyed. I doubt the essence in this amulet would be enough to cause that level of destruction. Don looked at Tibbs. He was curious about what might happen, and he agreed with Don. The walls would contain whatever happened. But the worry on Jekyll's face was loud. We should continue with the run. Once we know how the floor works, we can come back and see what happens. Can you sense other buildings like this one? The sorcerer asked. Tibbs extended his sense as far as he could. Not like this one. There are some that feel different. Not like the houses, I mean. Are those dungeon rooms? Tibbs tried to identify something that felt like the previous floor. I'm too far to get details. The closest is in that direction. He pointed toward the glowing orb. That was a full hand span over the building. But it's a ways, he told Jekyll. If you can tell what is and isn't a dungeon room, the fighter mused, that would speed things up. Might that not result in walking by a potential loot? Kamdar said. I am certain the dungeon is sufficiently clever to add cache to structures that were already here without attracting attention, as it did for the rattling camps and bundling burrows. You really want to make me sick, don't you? Jekyll complained. Let's check everything in case there's loot, and miss out on whatever those special places are, or do a lot of those and miss out on loot. The cleric shrugged. Jekyll sighed. We go check that one. If we get something good out of it, we do this run, and on the next one we check the houses on the way to them. Tibbs led the way, uncomfortable at the silence. Still should have commented on what had happened. What they'd said, he would have. Wait, what? What happened? What they'd said. Still should have commented on what had happened, what they'd said. He would have. Four. They couldn't believe he wouldn't watch their first run on this floor if he could help it. What could be going on that would take precedence over that? A door. The doorway disgorged. A doorway disgorged the thugs. Way. They looked like they'd come from Tibbs' street, muscular, wearing rags, but looking like they had been pressed down, and their skin was pale, almost white. For weapons, they held planks. The first swing he blocked with his bracer sent him off his feet. Don't underestimate them, Jekyll yelled as Tibbs landed. They might look like thugs from his street, but they hit like adventurers. We're in a dungeon, not the alleys of Mountain Sea. Tibbs had to ask what Jekyll had been up to the last time he'd gone there. He formed a sword of ice and metal, then added a filigree of boar to the edge. When he struck the thug, the edge bent under the impact until the ice shattered. The thug smirked at him. Barely a thought, and the etching sent the thug flying off. He caught the next swing with his shield, a woman who, if he imagined her extended to a proper person's height, would look underfed. She hit hard enough, he thought of Cross punching Quigley across the street. He added Caw to the etched ball of fire and exploded it in its face, then cursed as the more intense than expected fire burned him too, before he absorbed the essence. Now was not the time to experiment. He stepped out of the way of the returning thug, planting a fully metal sword in it and ending up with a rusted knife in his side. A kick and hard swing lobbed the head off, and Tibbs hurried to put a weave of purity over the heavily bleeding wound, absorbing the corruption it contained. Okay, there's a flaw here. Because the knife is metal. If the knife is metal, it should not have hurt him. You know what? I'm going to leave it like that. His distracted parry sent him staggering, and planting the sword through the woman's chest did no good. Neither did the kick in the nethers. The punch it landed on him caused him to let go of his sword. Fine, he growled in pain as he regained his footing. If if it didn't have a heart to stab, how about everything else? He reformed the essence in this. He reformed the essence in the sword, made it an etching, and it exploded. Taking the shards taking pieces of it along. As the pieces fell, Tibbs saw that for as real as they looked, as much like him in as much like him as much as the essence inside them flowed like his, they were still golem people. They were flesh-like, but there was no blood or the inside of the peoples, or even the pieces that fell at Tibbs, and even the pieces that fell at Tibbs's feet crumbled away. Unlike what happened when a runner died near one of the living, near one still living. The others were done, so Tibbs suffused himself with purity, then healed them. The dungeon is clearly going with the theme of a city, Don said, while Tibbs healed the gash in his forearm, but not respecting how weak back alley thugs should be. The quality of your back alleys leave something to desire then, Jekyll said, emptying the pouch one of the thugs had left behind after crumbling away. You know what? Left behind. I don't need that. I've already stated they crumbled away. You were on your ass with that first punch, the sorcerer said. You weren't expecting them to be as tough as you are. Jekyll grinned. But I never expect anyone to be as tough as I am. The first hit often lands me on my ass. You're saying I've become overconfident, Don said, carefully moving the healed arm. I said no such thing, Don sighed. You and him have that in common, Tibbs said. Only he takes pride in it. Are you saying I should take pride in it, or stop being overconfident? Tibbs smiled. Which one keeps you alive? The sorcerer sighed again. I'll work on that. These are also more successful breed of thugs. Jekyll handed a dozen silver coins to Tibbs. Where I'm from, a group like this would barely have that in coppers. In my street, Tibbs said, they'd be broken coppers, and if one of them had two, he'd be rich. I really want to see that street one day, Jekyll said. Nothing worth seeing. Tibbs put the coins away and moved on. We stay on guard this time, Jekyll said, just as Tibbs sensed the form running in their direction. He moved, forming a shield as the large dog jumped out of the alley. Jekyll let out a curse as the impact pushed Tibbs back. Stay! Tibbs yelled, trying how Serba went about ordering dogs. It lunged at him, foaming jaws snapping. His sword left shallow cuts in its hide, removing any doubt this was anything other than a dungeon creature. His thought of bringing Jerky on the other run might not help as much as he'd hope. The stone fist smashed its back, and the snapping in reply had Jackal backpedaling. The distraction let Tibbs plant his sword in its side. Then spikes of ice erupted. Its dying whine sounded too much like thumps when it wanted extra piece of jerky. Jekyll shuddered. It hates me. I'll keep you safe, Tibbs told him. I'm surprised you had to fight it. Mez said, dogs usually like you. No jerky. The archer stared. Since when do you not carry jerky? We were going to be in here all day. I didn't think they'd be dog here. Dogs in a dungeon. Jekyll crumbles, looking around. I hate my life. I need to make... You could have some of the... Because it was pointed out to me that since they know they're going to be there all day, they should have brought food. We should have offered it some of the food Russell gave us for the run. The archer pointed out. And dogs. Dogs don't like that stuff. Spicy stuff. Not slicey, spicy. Spicy stuff. There we go. Dogs in a dungeon. Jekyll grumbled, looking around. I hate my life. And that concludes chapter 73 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the others in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay, I'm a little surprised at how long it took to stop, but it did. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 67 allies. We're going up against 68 enemies. But generators. So let's see how that turns out. Ragnarok is in first place. Impaxor is in second. Aryuku is in first. Genimon takes over first. Impaxor is in second. Aryuku is in second. Is in first. Genimon is back in first. Impaxor is in third. No, first. Aryuku is in first. Genimon is in second. Impaxor is in third. Aryuku is now in second place as Genimon ends up in second place. Okay, you guys keep fighting over first. Etir's in third. We have, we have majority, but the generators are still producing. But that's happening at a slow enough speed, we may be okay, and 3 of them have just exhausted themselves. Genimon is in first place, Aryuku is in third as Etir takes over second, and I think we're about to be, there we go, we are done. We have won. Genimon is in first place, 7 kill, 25 assist. Etir is in second place, 6 kill, 23 assist. Aryuku is in third, 20 kill, 8 assist. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about the lady writes? Well, then Bluer is there to take some of the gold from us. Then we have shinobis that are not claimed by anyone. So, Katira, you also get gold. Ish, Mawing, and Mimil, and BMAC, you all get shinobis. And we get to move on to a very hard battle before the skin chest. Okay, all right, so appropriately enough, I still need to place archers. So, wow, I like this range. So we are going to start here. We are going to give ourselves the usual of that, and we will ask for range. And I need to remember that high ground is what we are going for after this. I saw something, I believe. Huh. Okay. Guess not. All right, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And all right, let me do this real quick, and then I will start the next chapter. Okay, another longish one. So I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have, this is why my checklist exists. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. If you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 74 of Breaking Step. Definitely a dungeon room, Don said as they stood before the large building. Corruption is moving through the walls like those on the upper floor. It was twice as large as Tibbs's rooming house, but only 2 stories tall. The double doors in the center of the long side looked like wood, but were made of the same essence as the walls, which looked like uneven slab of stone stacked atop each other. The placement looked precarious, but they were actually one structure. Windows lined each floor with 10 and 2 steps between them. The essence flowing through them was sufficiently different, Tibbs figured he could see through them if he went to one. That, or they were trapped. That is one big room. Jekyll rubbed his hands. There's going to be lots of loot. Why does it look like a building? Mez asked. Because they're all buildings? Jack replied. I saw that, Mez said, annoyed, but the others are like that because it... Dungeons, Kumdar interrupted the archer, will sometime establish a theme. More than sometimes, Don said, continuing to study the walls. They will then follow said theme, regardless of how unnatural it might be to the rest of the floor. You need to remember that dungeons are no more than animals. They do not understand that some things will not feel appropriate to the people exploring them. Like a city under the ground, Tibbs added. Right, Mez mouthed a silent sorry. To the loot! Jackal ordered, and Tibbs ran for the door. He glared at the fighter. I'm checking for traps first. This is clearly some sort of public building, the fighter replied. Those don't have locked doors. And how would it be a dungeon know such a thing? Commodore asked. Because runners can't stop talking and they'll... Right. Jekyll's expression became sly. Right. It's not like it understands people, right? Tibbs sighed and turned to the door. Why couldn't Jekyll be the same slime, use the same slyness that had fooled Tibbs all the time, instead of playing at being such an idiot when he didn't have to? The door had no visible locks. No visible lock, only a large handle on each. Blah. The door on each side. No visible, only on each panel on the on each one. Yeah. It's a double door, so okay. You know what? The double door. It's clumsy, but the double door had no visible locks, only a large handle on each one. There was no difference in the weave, but he still studied it. Done, he stepped back, perplexed. Jekyll was right. That still would have heard runners talking. So he'd know enough about public buildings to set something in them to trick them. Ganny certainly would jump at the opportunity. No traps? Jekyll asked. No traps on the door, he replied. Jekyll grabbed the handles and pulled. The doors protested loudly as they moved apart. Tibbs stopped as he stepped in. Plans to look for traps superseded by the scene. There were a lot of people in the rooms, which seemed to take up half the length of the building, with the doors also in its center. Tibbs could tell it wasn't so deep as to reach the rear, but he couldn't tell by how much. A counter ran the length at what Tibbs thought was 10 paces before the back of the wall. It was divided by wooden planks. Come back here. By wooden planks. On top, with a line of people standing before each formed section, and a person on the other side facing them. Unlike the people Goldham they had fought, these looked like townsfolk representing most categories of people in Craggle Rock, although nobles would never stand in such a way, behind and before common folks. The person at the counter gestured to the one on the other side. They exchanged something, stepped aside, as the next person stepped forward. The one who was done moved to the back of the line, while the one now at the counter gestured to the one on the other side. Talking. They were talking, or mimicking it, since those still couldn't get the Colin people to speak. The large room was quiet, except for the sound of footstep and rustling of cloth. It all seemed normal. It all seemed so normal it made Tibbs uncomfortable. What was the point of this room? What is this? Jekyll asked, his voice harsh and odd, standing next to Tibbs. It looks like some sort of permit office, Mez answered. Then elaborated as Tibbs and the fighter stared at him. My father's second cousin runs a tailor shop. I was sent to help him during a trade festival. We spent hours in a place like this the day before so he could get the permit for his festival booth. It feels highly unusual for a dungeon to make such a place, Cumdar said, considering dungeons cannot know of them. Jekyll smirked at the cleric's slip, and Tibbs elbowed him before he could say anything. You better hope this isn't about standing in line until we reach the teller, Don said. We'll die of boredom before that happens. My family was mercantile before that was taken from them, remember? He said at the looks directed at him. I might not have been expected to help run it, but I have had to stand in a line with my father or brother far too often to ever want to do it again, even as part of a dungeon puzzle. There are other doors. Tip pointed to the ones at each side of the far wall, then jumped to make out the top of the door he sensed at the back wall and pointed to it. Maybe we need to reach one of them without disturbing the lines? He didn't think that was it. Well, the lines were long enough to reach the blue carpet that went the length in the center. There was still ample room to walk, unless the door they needed was at the back. That one, Tibbs couldn't tell how to reach it without disturbing someone, since they'd have to go over the counter. He stepped forward, but Maz caught his arm. Wait, he searched the crowd. If this is like the office I went to, there should be agents of order. They're like guards, but work for the institution. They make sure everything proceeds in an orderly fashion. That one. He pointed to a woman in a gray robe with a golden collar. It was the same as what he could see from the person on the other side of the counter. Of the persons on the other side of the counter. The tellers, as Don called them. There and there. A man and another woman in the same robe. Tibbs thought they were in line 2, then realized they stood next to them. Those don't look like guards, Jekyll said. They look like clerks. It's what they are back home, but this is a dungeon. If, like Tibbs thinks, the point is to make it to a door, they are what's going to get in our way. Those in line can also cause trouble, Don said, if they think we're trying to cut ahead of them. I've seen it happen. Too many people, not enough time or patience. It didn't make me want to return the next time I was tasked with keeping one of my siblings company. Then this is a maze. Now that he knew what to look for, Tibbs found 2 more agents among the lines. As he considered how close to the center of the carpet they'd need to remain to avoid bumping in the back of the line. It's the center of the carpet they need to remain to avoid bumping. Okay, so I need to make an adjustment here. Tiff found too much among the line as he considered how close to the center of the carpet they need to remain to avoid bumping into the back of the lines. The agents moved, and he noticed another one. 7 of them moved through the lines without a pattern Tibbs could discern. It would take longer to see that. What happens if we step close to a line? Jekyll asked. I get to kick those agents' asses? Doing that could start a riot, Don replied. Tibbs, how do you expect the dungeon might force us to join the line? Kumdar asked. There are a lot of essences that can do it, he replied, sensing for anything out of place among the extensive weave that made the structure. We should be able to fight off most of those types of compulsion, Don said. Mind essence needs to make its way into you before it can force anything. Anyone with enough essence and will can push it back. This doesn't seem made to kill us, Jekyll said. That's because you've never had to stand in a lineup like this, Mez replied. I was ready to kill for a chance to leave before the hour was up. Why didn't you leave? Don asked. You couldn't have been that old. Did you leave? The archer countered. I was given a responsibility, and I wanted to prove I wasn't a child. There's something to be said about being a child. Being a kid, Jekyll said, cutting off Don's response to Mez. Tibbs, how do we do this? I can't make out triggers from the rest of the weaves. All of that, it all seems to just be what's making the building. I think this is about avoiding the agents and, if Don's right, not disturbing the lines. If we stay in the center of the carpet, we can make it to that door without getting close to the lines, and there are only 2 agents on that side right now. The agents are going to easily see us, Mez said. I'll deal with them, Jekyll replied. I'll check the floor for triggers. Don, keep watch on the agent. There's probably a pattern to how they move. That might be part of how this works. He looked at Kumdar. Anything? The essence flowed away from the cleric. There is. The cloud spreading through the room had an odd structure, to Tibbs' sense. It wasn't exactly a weave, but also not an etching. There was something musical to what he sensed. Not that the word actually matched what it was, as usual. I am unsure of how to describe this secret. That we are being watched is a poor approximation of it. It's the dungeon, Jekyll said. It's always watching us. Not always. Tibbs crouched as he studied the floor between them and the carpet. tiles. 6 of them made the width of both doors. The colors weren't uniform, gray and peach and orange and brown. There was something natural about how the colors were splotched, like the cliff face if it was polished flat. This is not that, the cleric said, sounded distracted. I have felt the secret that is the dungeon observing us, and it is less secret? Kemdar rubbed his temple. I dislike having to express what I sense. It's so clumsy. Tell me about it, Don said, and grumbles of agreement came from the others. Can you tell if the secret is linked to how we pass the test? The thought of filling his node with darkness came and was immediately chased away by memories of the days following his last attempt. He focused on the tiles while Kemdar thought. There had no play, no gap, and he only sensed the same weave as through them as through everything. I do not believe so, the cleric said when Tibbs was halfway to the carpet. There is a sense of distance, of not being involved. He grumbled something under his breath. Line up behind me. He led them to the center of the carpet, then turned towards the door, studying the carpet for any indication of a trigger. The edges were more red than blue, not quite purple. He could make out the weave of the fabric, but there was no pattern beyond that. He stepped carefully, waiting for the trap he was certain Ganny had laid somewhere along the way for them. Maz cursed, then Dawn and Jackal. By the time Tibbs stood and spun, they were fighting 2 of the agents. 2 Tibbs hadn't noticed, so focused he'd been on the floor. He made a sword as Jackal shoved an agent away, then into the line. The people there turned, their expression angry as they searched forward. How do we turn off this trap? Maz demanded, swinging his unstrung bow like a staff. We don't, Jackal replied. We fight them off. He broke the arm of the closest golem person, then kicked them. They staggered into another line. Then stop angering more of the customers, Don yelled. We have enough of them to deal with already. A motion, and he grabbed the line of corruption, swinging it and hitting the approaching people with it. Tibbs cut the hand off one. Hands off one, grabbing for Tibbs. Cut the hands off the one, grabbing for Jackal, then the leg out from under someone on the other side. Heat erupted next to Tibbs, then Maz backed into him, nearly sending both of them down as he hit a customer with his flaming bow. We need more space. The archer yelled. Don't! Don yelled back, panic in his tone. Stepping off the carpet is... Tibbs turned in horror as he realized that in his focus on fighting, he'd stopped paying attention to the surrounding essence. Don was nearly entirely encased in the weave, his voice cut off as it covered his face. Then he was wrapped in completely, and the customers settled down, returning to their line. Don's terrified expression turned calm under the weave as he moved to the back of the closest line. Oh, no, you don't. Jekyll cut Tibbs as he rushed to help his friend. We stay on the carpet. Maz, back away from the edge. Tibbs tried to slip out, but Jackal held him too tight. Let go. I have to help him. What happened? Maz asked. Didn't you see? It wrapped over him. I have to get it off. I have to get it off him. I didn't. Essence, Kemdar said. We do well to remember Tibbs' senses far more than we. Help him from here, Jekyll ordered. You don't need to be next to him. What is the essence doing to him? Tibbs breathed his fear away. He couldn't help if he couldn't think. The weave surrounded Don, clung to him, but that was all. His essence was fine. Then why wasn't Don fighting this? Corruption could melt anything if enough was used, and Don could suffuse himself with it. He should be able to get out. He's alive. I can't sense what it's doing, but it has to affect his mind. His expression did turn unnaturally calm, Kemdar said. Where's the trigger? Maz asked, looking at the edge of the carpet. Tibbs, how do we get to him without triggering it? I don't know. He sensed the floor again, but there was no difference between the carpet and the tiles. It was the same weave, or so close he couldn't tell them apart. He'd been sure he would sense a trigger among them. It would have to stand apart to react to them. Jekyll sounded scared. Do you think any of them are other runners? Tibbs focused on them individually as the cleric said, we are the first to step onto this floor. If anyone here shares similarity with someone we have known, they are no more than a golem made of flesh and given their form. Tibbs shuddered at the memory of Pian as a golem person. Right. Jekyll sounded better. So how do we get him back to the carpet? Tibbs, Hare, can you grab? I would advise against doing anything to disturb the line, Comdar said. Dawn warned us they would retaliate, and you demonstrated it. He is now part of one, and I believe that whatever enchantment has him will force him to retaliate if he is disturbed. So, does it let him go when he reaches? Does it go once he reached the front of the line? Jekyll asked. Is the trap to kill him with boredom, and if he makes it there, he walks away? They don't walk away, Miss said. They go to the back of a line. Why are they here? Tibbs asked. This felt like something Genny made more than Stowe, and she put how the trap worked inside what it was. To stand in line. Jekyll said, I mean in a real one. Miss, what happens in a place like this? You get a permit. The people explain what. No, what does that mean? You said you needed it for a booth. Why? The merchants here don't need that for theirs, do they? He looked at them, but they shrugged. Getting the permit means he showed he could do something with the booth. I think it was about how much he'd be able to sell. He handed papers over. They looked at it. Then he paid and got how much? What? How many coins did he have to pay? Pay what was owed and free Dawn? I don't know. Mez looked around. Would it matter? How would the dungeon know how much my father's cousins paid? Tibbs cursed. He was right. Even if he knew the amount, he'd have to reach the counter. He could make it without touching the floor, but he couldn't see how he'd land and not disturb someone. The solution to a trap was always something everyone in the party could manage, so it wasn't at the counter. Can a customer go at the back? That was the only place they could reach. Oh no, I only went that one time. What if something goes wrong with the teller? If you think the teller is swindling you? I don't know, Tibbs. Nothing went wrong with the one time I went. Don's the one you'd want to ask, even if it never happened to him. I'm sure you read something about it. Tibbs looked at Comdar. I am afraid that in this I have no help to offer. I was never trusted by my family to assist in matters that would necessitate visiting such a place. Once I became what I am, I had no reason for such visits. If you think the person handling the papers is screwing you, Jekyll said, you talk to their boss. Let me guess, Mez said. You've been hiding that this is also something you have experience with. Jekyll scoffed. I've never stepped within blocks of a place like this. But you forget what my family did. Keeping the number of organizations we did under control creates a lot of unhappiness. Anytime something happened, their arguments went up the chain of command. A few times it reached my father. Never went well for anyone who couldn't fix the problem before that. Where do we find that person? Tibbs asked. Jekyll shrugged. Wherever those in charge of a place like this are. Their homes, if they're powerful enough. Tibbs shook his head. The solution wouldn't be outside the room. He looked at the door they'd been heading for. In the guild, those who ran things, like Tirania and the people she ordered about directly, had offices in the back, out of the way, where the enchantments kept anyone other than those properly appointed from reaching. He looked at the counter, sensed the door beyond it. It was no different from the one at the end of the carpets, but something told him it would be the direct one to the solution. Only to reach it meant stepping off the carpet, and he was the only one who could do it, so it had to be the door before them. There was more than one way of reaching Tirania's office. It wasn't only the enchantment that made the halls go around all over It wasn't only the enchantment that made the halls go around all over the place. Even protected from it, they still did, just in a more orderly manner. He headed for the door. Tibbs, Jekyll called, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to demand to speak to their boss." And that concludes chapter 74 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, as well as the others in the series, they are up on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. We are about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And welcome to the stream, The Lady Writes. Well, I hope you have a good lunch with your father. All right. Have a good day. Thank you for the raid. All right. A few minutes left this time around. Hopefully enough to deal with a few things. Please don't crash. Ah. Okay, good. At least compiled. Okay. And you crashed again. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 106 allies. We're going up against 153 enemies. Etir takes the lead. Genimon is in second. Genimon's in first. Nyx Flare is in second. Etir is in third. What the? Okay, what is this? Truly epic Centurion. Okay, Genimon is in first place. Nyx Flare is in second. Zuno takes over second place. Nyx is in third. Nyx is in third still. BMAC takes over third. Genimon is in first place. Genimon is Zuno tries for first, but Genimon keeps it. BMAC is in third. And we can are now on the move. We can finally move, finally reach the enemies, and bring this to a conclusion. And there we go. We're done. We have won. All right. I need to... Genimon is in first place. 45 kill, 21 assist. Azuno is in second place with 48 assists, and BMAC is in third with 37 kills. We have gold twice. Do we have the Dr. Derp? The Lady Wrights? The Bluer Swede is there. Then we have a Lancer. Oh, do we have a monster in the... Well, looks like Monster Bait had to leave. And nobody claims the Saint as this time. So, Mr. 3, you get gold. Momo Loco and Isis, you get Lancers. Nyx Flare is being sainted. And we move on to a skin chest, where I need to check the quest. See if I have anything. Hey, Reliable Battle, welcome to the stream. All right, archers. And I need to kill armored. That means I need to go with warriors. Which, you know what? Might as well just put me on this, since I've got warriors over there. All right, so let's start with this. I need one armored, so hopefully I'll get it. If not, next battle. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. And I need to check one little thing. All right. So I will do another chapter, a little shorter this one. So I am confirming, microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty. the tiger's supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 75 of Breaking Step. The door proved to be a challenge. The lock was like those on the houses, but with more tumblers, and had a weave through them. Okay, with more tumbler, with a weave, with more tumblers with a weave through them, forcing him to manipulate that along with physically moving them. Because he used his ice and the weave reacted to that element, it was easier than it would be for another rogue, unless they too had worked out how to use their essence to manipulate the tumblers. They would have to pick them normally while also getting the weave to move. He expected it would be delicate, frustrating work. Unless they went the opposite direction, delicate could often be beaten through brute force. Nothing he sensed of the weave led him to think Danny had considered that when she made the lock, so at least one rogue would be able to simply blast their way through. The elemental tumbler moved into place and the door unlocked. The corridor was larger than those in the guild. There, 3 people could comfortably walk side by side. Here, his whole team could manage it. It went left and right, with doors facing each other. On the right side, it ended after a set of 2 doors, while on the left, after 5 set, the hall turned left. Which room is it? Jekyll asked. Tibbs sensed, but the walls of the rooms were woven in such a way he could only get a vague impression of what was inside. A few golem people in each. It is my experience, Kamdar said, that people in authority reside higher within their organization. Should we still check the rooms? The fighter said. Just in case? Just in case there's loot, you mean? In case the dungeon is tricking us. Jekyll countered something too innocent. He's the leader, Jekyll said to the look the others gave him. But this is about loot, Mez said. We can't trust his judgment. Tibbs sighed and went to the window at the end of the hall. He'd been right. He could see through, but he couldn't tell where the orb was, and he wasn't getting close enough to he'd risk touching the glass. How much of all day did they have left? I think we should go for the boss, he said, facing his team. Getting Dawn out of the trap is more important. On the next run we can. A door opened between them, and a woman carrying papers stepped out. She paused, looking left and right as if she was taking them in. Then, with a sudden silent scream, she ran at his team, papers fading into essence as they flew out of her hand. Jekyll's skin turned stone gray as he stepped forward and punched her. She flew back to Tibbs's side and stopped against the wall, where she crumbled away, leaving a silver coin and a piece of paper behind. This is going to be easy, the fighter said, sounding disappointed. This is a dungeon, Kamdar said as Tibbs bent to pick up the loot. I would be wary of making assumptions. The coin was a coin, the sun on a side, Claria and Taurus on the other. He'd seen coins stamped like this in loot and people's pockets before. The paper was, he turned it over, blank. A prop in the play that is the theme of this building? Commodore asked. Those she was holding disappeared, Miss said. This dropped after she was dead. Tibbs corrected. But you're right, the dungeon doesn't have things dropping that don't matter. Jekyll took the paper. It leaves loot. He looked at it this way and that. Maybe this is a note of promise? What? Mez asked while Tibbs stared at his friend. It's a paper that says you get coins when you give it to the right person. Tibbs answered. I didn't know you knew about those. Jekyll shrugged. My dad dealt with those. Shouldn't there be something written on it then? Mez said, taking it from Jekyll. It could be some sort of magical paper, Jekyll said, with how many coins we get appearing once we leave. I don't know. Mez handed it back with a shrug. There's no essence in it, Tibbs said. I mean, no more than what makes it. It's just dungeon-made paper. You sure? Jekyll turned it over again. Why would it bother with that? It's not like the meat and herbs of the first 2 floors. No one needs paper. Tibbs shrugged. It was the only answer he could give until he was able to ask Genny or Stowe about it. People need paper, Mess said. It would be extra money from the run, since the guild isn't going to care about ordinary paper. Jekyll put the paper in his pouch. We'll see how many coins Darren will give us for it. How do we make it to the next floor, since Commodore says it's where we'll find the boss? Tibbs sensed ahead. He couldn't make out anything behind the doors that felt like stairs, but there was one, nearly to the other side of the building, that had no door. Around the turn, I think, then, at the end of that corridor. They reached the turn, and when a door behind them opened behind them. Before they reacted, golem person, a golem person was on them. Crumdar struck it while Jackal stepped to the front and Mez stepped back, arrow in his bow. The golem barely reacted to the blows. Something, Tibbs yelled as he sensed the air essence gather at the golem's hand. Then it shoved it forward before Tibbs could disrupt it, and they all flew back. He etched a water wall behind them with filigree of Ka, and instead of hitting stone, they were caught in sticky water that slowly lowered them to the ground. Tibbs dropped as he absorbed the essence holding him, and Tibbs dropped as he absorbed the essence holding him. He ran as soon as his foot hit the floor, forming a jagged ice and metal sword and shield. He etched air over his shield lines, moving away filigree of dew in a spiral through it. And when he caught the next blast of air, the etching ripped it apart, and yet still slowed Tibbs. The sword bit deep into the golem, then was wrenched out of its hand as it jumped back. He made another as fire arrows flew over his head, only to be flung aside by the torrent of air that followed the golem's wave of a hand. Darkness hit it, and it staggered. Jacker was on it, but his strikes blocked and diverted by air. The golem struck him, and Tibbs dropped as Jackal flew over him and sent a sheet of water over the floor. The water rose over the golem's boot as he deflected arrows and Kumdar's blast. Tibbs turned the water to ice as he got to a knee, then exploded it. The golem didn't react to how painful losing both legs would be to anyone else, but the air essence it used as his defense shattered as it focused on trying to remain standing. It shattered under the volley of arrow that hit it in the chest before it reached the ground. Everyone okay? Tibbs called. I'm good. Jekyll got to his feet and stepped away from the floor to ceiling crack the impact had left in the wall. Thanks for the save, Mez said, walking by Tibbs. How difficult this proved to be meet the requirement to fill your thirst for battle? Kumdar asked. Wish I'd gotten to do more, Jekyll grinned. But yeah. Another blank page. Mez handed it to the silver to coin to Tibbs. Maybe we can fight enough of the golems? Darren will give us gold for the paper, Jekyll said. You are simply reaching for an excuse to fight more of these golems, Commodore said. No, I'm looking for a way to get more coins, the fighter replied. Then make sure to have Tibbs ask the merchant, Mez said, starting down the hall. He always gives him more than what is handed in. More for what is handed in. They proceeded cautiously, but made it to the empty doorway without doors opening, only to find an empty room. Tibbs sighed as the others looked at him. It's a decoy. He should have thought of that. Genny knew how he could sense. Had probably realized that the haze she'd created on the third floor wasn't all that effective here. Anymore. Or maybe the city was too vast for her to be able to make it as consecrated. He'd ask if he could. Maybe they're outside? Jekyll offered. Is that a thing where you're from? Mez asked. I saw something like that in Mountain Sea. They went up to a terrace and continued to another floor of the building. Doesn't that feel too simple? It's a room, Tibbs said with another sigh. He focused on the one facing the decoy, but whatever Ganny had used to create the fog on the previous floor, she'd concentrated here. No matter how narrow he made his sense, he hardly got anything from it. All I can tell is that there are two golem people in the room. If there's anything else, it's masked somehow. Isn't it strange that the dungeon can hide something like stairs from Tibbs, but not the golem? A golem's complexity is in the essence that compose them may make them harder to camouflage. Condor said, stairs are nothing more than the same as the wall arranged in a different shape. I expect it would take little to have one bleed into the other. Or it want us to know how much fun we can expect to have, Jekyll said, stepping to the door. We hit them hard, and if there are no stairs, we get the loot and go to the next one. I wish you weren't so eager to get into more fights. Mez pulled the string of his bow and an arrow formed. What can I say? I love myself a good time. He kicked the door in. So, the archer said, standing over Jekyll as Tib applied a weave of purity over the break in the stone arm. How much of a good time was it this time? The first two rooms had been simple. Jekyll rushed in, Tibbs on his heel, then moved out of the doorway so Mez and Kumdar could get in attacks while they closed the distance. In the first room, the two golem hadn't had time to stand before the arrows and dark blasts shattered them, leaving a paper and silver each to fall on the desk as they on the desk they had sat behind. On the second, the desk had been on each side of the room instead of before the door. So Jekyll and Tibbs did the dispatching. Again, one strike from each and the golem parson died as if they were less than normal people. The third room had a lone occupant behind a more impressive desk. He used crystal essence to fracture the fire arrow and dark blast, redirecting some of them at Tibbs and Jekyll. The darkness that hit Tibbs did nothing, but the fire hurt even as he wrenched control away and absorbed it. Jekyll had trouble keeping standing from the darkness draining him, but he forced himself to the golem and one punch shattered it. A potion of yellow liquid while Tibbs opened the trapped cache masquerading as a cabinet, and his energy was back. It was the fourth room that caused them trouble, as those in it exited just as they stepped up to it. Jekyll took the brunt of all the attacks, which left him on the ground with only his will and earth essence keeping him together, while Tibbs, Mez, and Kumdar struggled to take down the coordinated attacks. I've had a worse day, Jekyll said through gritted teeth. Back in the pits. He's fine, Tibbs commented darkly. He was now. Jekyll had a wrap of Tibbs's element, holding everything in place, while purity did its work. He wanted to blame Jekyll for this, but it was all of them who had been careless. They'd been too sure of what they'd encounter. They'd been ready for hard fights, but not attackers on their level. If it had been anyone other than Jekyll in front, Tibbs didn't know if they would have survived. I'll be fine, Jekyll said, sounding better. I'm not dying, Tibbs. You could have. We'll be more careful. Not having Dawn costing us. Not having Dawn is costing us, Mez said, and Jekyll nodded. Then I am pleased to inform you the search is over, Kumdar said from inside the room. Although I believe having found the stairs will not be as helpful reaching the other floor as you may expect. Tibbs focused on making sure Jekyll was healing properly to keep from rushing in and seeing what Kumdar meant. He breathed, acknowledged his curiosity, then concentrated on the more important task. Once Jekyll was able to move, they entered the room. Unlike the others, with their desk and one cabinet, this one had stairs to the next floor and a table beside them with two trays, one of which was piled high with papers. Tibbs joined Mez and Kumdar before the stairs and found out why they weren't going up. An unseen wall kept him from setting foot on them. And that concludes Chapter 75 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up on Royal Road along with the other books. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 20 chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Let's probably gonna crash anyway. Oh, you did not crash this time. Interesting. Wait. No. Something's. I am doing this so bleeping wrong. I want 72 is on the 12th. Can I get you back here? Then 75. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 108 allies. We're going up against 130 enemies. Salazar starts in the lead. Cuddles takes that over. Empaxor was in third. Reliable was in second. Camera is in third. Empaxor is back in third. Cuddles is kind of solidly in first place. Reliable Battles in second. Salazar is in third, and I believe we're about to be done. Did I get my... No armored kills, really? Alrighty. Well, Cuddlesy takes first place, 5 kill, 43 assist. Empaxor is in second place, 2 kill, 20 assist. And Reliable Battle is in third, 14 kill, 8 assist. We have gold twice. Do we have the Dr. Derp? The Lady Lights? Well, Bluer will happily take a gold take one for the team. Then the Centurion is not claimed by anyone, yes, and well, nobody claims the unmentionable. Argurian, you get gold. Ketashi, you get Centurion. Momoloko, you are not mentioned. And we move on to the boss. Oh, wait, no, the super boss. Alrighty, I need armored. So I need 1 armored kill. Let's see if this will give it to me. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I need to do something. Do a check. Oh, right, because I forgot to do that too. They're not assigned. That was probably what I was there for, not to adjust the date, but to assign them to the proper... All right, let's see if that worked. 432. Yes, it did. Okay. Which means I am good to move on to the... Any chance you can... I'm not going to do that. Oh, there you are. Okay. Let's move on to the world, which is... And chapter... Oh, wait, that's another big one? Really? What is it with all the big chapters today? All right. Well, get to do that. So, I am confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Time, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. If you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 34 of The World Which Is. This is the lounge and dining area, Brendan says. He points to the woman behind the counter that takes up half the wall on our right. She's in charge. Through that door is the kitchens. You go in and the odds are you'll be what's served tomorrow. The cook hates people. That other door leads to the stairs and bath. Upstairs are the rooms. The room is large and, I don't know, there's something of an old feeling to it. Possibly the wooden floor, which is polished by people walking on it, instead of any work from the people who placed it. I can tell by how uneven, uneven it is, following the path between tables and to the bar. The walls are plastered and have paintings, skulls, and tools or weapon hanging on it. Trophies? At the back is a larger skull over a fireplace. Is that a dragon? The long muzzle opened to show pointed teeth, the elongated skull with horns flowing back. It definitely matches drawing I've seen. Yep, Brandon says with pride, and I expect he's about to claim he put it there. First thing that got hung when the club was opened, is what I heard. Okay, so maybe he isn't quite the braggart. That's something about him clamors that he is. Still, I focus on the skull. Dragon skull. Quality, excellent. Art. A rendition of what a dragon skull might look like by artist Ramona Vincent, taking inspiration from other dragon-like creatures of the world, as well as ancient art of creatures human legends claim to have existed at one time. Ramona fashioned what she imagines a dragon's head might be shaped. Might be shaped as when the world is able to support their existence. It's a sculpture. I say, somehow hurt by the deception. I never claim it was the real thing, Brandon replies with a smile. Well, he got me there, and I could have focused instead of asking. My outburst has gathered the attention of the people spread through the room. The half we're in has tables, maybe a train of them. Three are occupied by men and women. One group is entirely non-human. I recognize an orc, a bear-like being, and one that's scaled but doesn't have the lizard-like head I'm expecting. The club has a complete non-discrimination rule. Brandon whispers when he notices me watching them. If you have a problem with them, it's best you keep it to yourself. I look away before it turns into staring, and the system pops a window. I'm fine with them. Court's the same way. I just haven't seen many of them. More today than in my entire life. The other half the one with the fireplace, has plush-looking seats, some close to the fire, others clustered together. Other than one cluster of 4 people, the men and women there sit alone. Some are looking up from a book, others are staring before them. One is swiping the air, removing any doubt as to what they are doing. You know what? As to what she's doing. Let's make it clear. The other thing they have in common is they look older, like they were born before the system. I turned to ask Brandon if that part of the room is for the old folks, but he's already heading to the counter. It's wood, the front made of one slab of wood with carved panels. The footrest looks like to be brass or bronze, same as the leg of the stools. The woman on the other side is older, at least 40. Her skin is almost the same color as the footrest metal. Her hair is cut short, and so golden it might be glowing. Marigold! Brandon exclaims as he reaches the bar, arms extended and leaning over to embrace her. How's the brightest woman in all of Toronto? She's not letting a man covered in blood touch her, that's for sure. She has a hand covered with a washcloth against his chest. Brendan laughs. Not mine, and you should see the other guy. She glances at me. He looks fine and not as bloody as you. Brendan looks over his shoulder, perplexed, then grins. Not him. Him I rescued. The other one, you, Brendan Hill. She levels a serious glare on him. Rescued this young man? The tone is utter disbelief. I came across some of the local rats mugging him, he says. What was I going to do? She looks at him. I did. Sorry, he did, I say in his defense. He took on 3 of them by himself. I tried to help because it looked like he was in trouble there at the start, but the woman they were going to rape kept me from helping. She fixes Brandon again. It was 4 against 1, he says. With the insistence, it should be explanation enough. Then he sags. I was itching for a fight and they were there. There's the Brandon I know and like. She looks at me. Don't feel bad, kid, but I need to keep him honest, or he's going to start believing all the stuff he says about himself. I don't. Brendan closes his mouth at the glare. How about you give me $5 and you go wash up? The tub's filled and warm. I'll even have a beer and bowl of stew for you once you're done. She looks at me again. Seeing as you're with him, I'll offer you the same deal if you want. I look myself over, and my armor is mostly blood-free. She didn't me on the face too much, so I was spared that. I'm dusty, but I'll make do with a washcloth if you can spare one. I'm actually looking to buy something. I was told I could get a magical repair kit for my armor. Brandon has the money on the counter and heads to the door on the left of the bar. As she looks me over, eyes going up in surprise. I look at myself again. Is my armor dirtier than I think? Those aren't exactly cheap, Marigold says, handing me a wet rag, and unlike what stories want you to believe, they aren't something that'll magically fix everything wrong with it. One of them is basically only good for patch-up work. The worse the repair it needs to fix, the fewer times it'll work. I'm going to learn how to do the repairs myself, but I need something to help me until my skill's high enough the work is going to be reliable. Okay, that's $500. For how many? I ask, stunned at how expensive they are. Okay, so they're magical, but it's just to do patching. It can't take that much work, can it? 1. She replies with an expression that questions why I ask. That's a lot of money. Yes, I have it, but I have to be careful. Otherwise, I'm going to be without when I need it the most. But the point of this is to get ready for a long journey. I don't think I can count on someone's generosity the next caravan I travel with. I'll take 2. She raises an eyebrow again, and a trade window pops up. It lists foods, drinks, along with equipment. The price for what I bought at the caravan market is slightly cheaper here. The repair kits are highlighted just under the normal ones with the price, and I select 2 and agree to the exchange. I know it doesn't actually weigh anything, but my pockets feels lighter somehow. Not that my money is in them either. How about I get you some stew and a beer so you'll stop looking at me like I killed your puppy? Sorry, I shake my head. I didn't expect things to be so expensive. And do you have something other than beer? I have wine, ales, meads. First time in the big city? Something without alcohol? Orange juice? She stares at me. Kid? My name's Dennis. My interruption seems to take some of the bite out of her expression. Dennis, where are you from? Do you have any idea how expensive something like orange juice is? I shake my head. I'm from Cork. It's a few days east of Toronto. Are you some rich kid out for an adventure? No, my dad's a carpenter, and the son of a commander, and I live within base who can make things out of other things, and maybe that makes me some rich kid out for an adventure. I'll take the beer, I reply, not trying to sound dejected. Then take the mug and bowl to a table, trying to ignore the gazes following me. The stew is good, the beer is... I'm not touching that again. I eat slowly, trying to work out how I feel. I never thought of myself as different. My friends, you know what? My friends never treated me like some of the wealthier kids. Folks always treated us with respect since Grandpa Lewis is the commander, but never like it meant that much. The mayor is treated with more reverence than Grandpa Lewis, and all he does is make decisions about how the town runs. Grandpa Lewis and Base basically keep us all safe. I'm just like all the other kids in court, I tell myself. I feel like a new man, Brendan said, putting a bowl and mug on the table before sitting. You get that kit? I nod, then wince slightly as I remember how much it cost. I feel Brandon's eyes on me. How much did she charge you for them? He asks, tone cautious. 500 each. I try not to feel the sting to wherever my money is kept. What the fuck, Marigold? He exclaims, standing. I save him from Mugger and you go and rob him? My head snaps up. What? He didn't protest, she replies. You have gotta be fucking me. Have you looked at him? You see that he knows nothing about the world and you go and scam him? I look down and try not to shrink. It's not my job to pamper people, Brandon. This place isn't for those who can't deal with the hardship. You know that. That doesn't mean you... Forget it. He drops in his seat. Sorry about that, You okay? I nod. I'm not... My throat closes up on me. My eyes sting. Look, I'm sorry if what I said came across as harsh. With saying you don't know anything about the world, I hate that she took advantage of you, and when I'm pissed, I don't really think about what comes out of my mouth. I nod again. I guess you're right. I don't know a lot. Back home, when we have to buy something, the prices are marked, and that's what we pay. If we don't like it, there's going to be someone else in town who sells it for cheaper. Of course, that's mostly Dad and the old other folks. When I want something, I just reach into one of the inventories at home and take it out. Base doesn't let me have just anything I want. I learned that when I was younger and thought you had to give it all to me. But I don't think Dad ever bought food like the other families do. The fridge is basically always stocked. Base keeps it that way. I dry my eyes. I didn't realize it was so different out here. This is all I've ever known, Brandon said. Born here, Toronto, I mean, on the north side. Not the best part, but we managed, and he trails off. Anyway, since you're new at the adventuring thing, first tip, always haggle. You'll be amazed at what a good story will get you. He points to something hanging on the wall. I brought this from my expedition, AK-47, circa 1960s. That's how they counted the years before the system. It's about 60 years BS before system. I say they do teach history back home. Well, when I handed it over to Marigold and told her all it took for me to get it, that earned me a lot of goodwill. He winks, if you get my meaning. I nod, even if I don't, really. And was it true, what you told her about it? Who cares? He chuckles. It got me in her bed, that's all that matters. I stare at him as he digs into the stew with gusto, then decide it doesn't matter how he goes about. Well, I don't think it qualifies as charming her, but if sleeping her is what he was after, it isn't my business how he goes about it. I finish my stew, then force a bit more of the beer down because I'm parched. The stuff is horrible. I take the journal and look through the maps. Herbert spoke about Buffalo, and the guard indicated it's across the lake. I run has to have drawn a map of it or how to get there. I find one with Toronto over a dot, Montreal over. Okay, technically, okay, you know what? I found one with Toronto over a dot, Montreal, because he doesn't speak French. Montreal over the right edge of the paper, Detroit on the left edge, and Buffalo at the bottom. No lake, but maybe Aaron didn't consider them important. At the top is a dot with Sudbury and a question mark next to it. The lines connecting them aren't straight, so I figure they represent the actual roads. A, a dot a little to the right of Toronto is marked as Darlington Power Station, and I look up in its direction, knowing vaguely I'm right. I think about home and get the same thing, only now my sense is I'm correct is stronger. Along the route to Buffalo is a dot marked Hamilton. Closer to Buffalo, one marked the Falls. Brander mutters something and I look up. A man approaches our table. He's at least in his 30s. His clothes are on the finer side. He reminds me of something. They remind me of something the mayor might wear to a function. Although here there's a sense it's a more practical version instead of just to appear wealthy. He's tall and lean, his black hair is cut short and graying at the temple. His beard is neatly trimmed and has no gray to it. And has no gray in it at all. I see your father decided to get out, the man tells me. He's looking at me, so there's no doubt I'm the one this is for, even if it makes no sense. Xander, Brandon says, why don't you go back to your chair and reminisce about all those great times you claim to have had? Mind your own business, Hills, the man says, not looking away from me. This is between me and Santino's kid. He's my business, Poop, seeing how I rescued him. It's Pope! Xander snarls, finally looking away from me to glare at the grinning Brandon. If you aren't going to respect me, I'm going to have to teach you to do so. You mean have one of your flunkies beat me up? Brandon says dismissively, since you definitely don't have the guts to take me on. Xander! Marigold calls from the bar as the man takes a step in Brandon's direction. You know the club's rule. No fighting in here. I'll be happy to accompany you outside, Brandon says. Xander takes a breath and steps back. You don't have to worry, Mary. I won't be the one to break the rules. He looks at me. I'm going to make you a deal, kid. I'm going to give you $10,000 for your dad's journal. Brandon whistles in amazement, and all I can do is stare at Xander in disbelief. What's in there that's worth so much to you? Brandon asks. Something that's mine, Xander snaps. Can't be yours if it's in that journal. Santino kept it from me. He never did anything with what he uncovered. Probably didn't even understand what he had. He looks at me. So, you don't either. Sell me the journal. I can't. What? You think just because your dad gave it to you when he lost the balls to keep exploring, it makes you an explorer like him? He leans forward, and my protest dies under that hateful glare. Let me tell you something about your father I'm sure he never mentioned. He was nothing more than a coward and a thief. Nothing in there is his. He stole all of that from better people than him. You hang on to that, and all you're going to do is wallow in the shit his legacy drops on you. I'm doing you a service by offering to take it off your hands. How about this? Brandon says, cutting off my protest. We find whatever you're so interested in, and then we let all the clubs know about it, and you can join everyone else in going after what's left. The Knox is mine, Xander snapped, then straightened and glares hatefully at Brandon, who is smirking for some reason. Fuck this. Before I can react, Xander grabs one side of the open journal, but when he pulls, it doesn't move. I don't even feel tension on the page as I tighten my fingers to keep it from keep him from taking it. Xander lets go. Of course the bastard bound it to you. This is your last chance to do this peaceful. Santino, take my offer. Don't, Brenda says as I shake my head. Neither of them can cut me off if I'm not saying anything. In the Folensine glare, I speak. The journal isn't for sale. If you'd come here and explain why you wanted it and why, I would have shared the information with you. Okay, so I wouldn't have been able to, with the journal locked until I finish the quest, but he doesn't. But he needs to learn that being polite is more rewarding than being a demanding asshole. But after this, you can kiss whatever you want in this journal goodbye. Xander leans forward. Do not cross me, kid. Your father did, and he regretted it. Ask him about that when you go crawling back home. He turns and heads for the door to the stairs. Before I can even try for a reply. Brandon is flipping through a book, scanning pages. Check your journal for anything mentioning the Knox in it. I've heard the name before, but I can't place it. I lower my voice. I can't. He looks up from his book. Why not? Your father gave it to you, didn't he? I shake my head. I found it on his body. It has the map that got me here, but all the information is locked behind a quest. Can I see it? I hesitate, considering someone already tried to steal it, but somebody already tried to steal it, but then hand it over. As with me, only the first quarter opens. Just maps, he mutters before handing it back. Look through them. If this is important enough, Xander Poop was willing to pay for it. There has got to be a notation of it on one of the maps. I can't help but chuckle. Brandon, I don't care what this is about, what it's about. I'm not going after it. He stares at me, stunned. Don't you want to know what the big mystery is? I shake my head, and he narrows his eyes. What kind of explorer are you? He asks, sounding genuinely curious. The one only interested in fulfilling his promise to Aaron, then returning home. He seems to have trouble processing this. He tries and fails a few times to say something. Then, you're serious? I nod, and again he has trouble saying anything. Okay, it's your choice, really. Nothing I can do about it, but I think I'm going to stick by you for a while. I send the journal to my inventory. I can take care of myself. He snorts. That mugging I saved you from tells me the opposite, but it doesn't matter. Xander isn't going to drop this, and he isn't like those muggers. The people working with him are nasty. And that concludes chapter 34 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the other chapters in the story, they are up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. We're about 10 chapters ahead. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Is that no enemies whatsoever? Ouch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 135 allies. We're going up against 57 enemies. Why am I not going again? Oh. Well, I got a kill, an epic, but I'm looking for armored kills. You are a actually you're not a warrior. I may got that. You are in that class, but you're not a warrior. Maybe I need to rethink my strategy here. Anyway, Zazu is in first place. Sigma's in second. Nursing Geek is in third, and we're up against the last one. I'm so far behind. Actually, I've got 15 kills. Wow. Maybe one of them was armored? Yes! Alrighty. Zazu is in first place with 37 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 28 assists. And Nursing Geek is in third, 27 assists. We have Centurions, and not mentioning that one. None of them are claimed at this time, so DevGo, Mina, Katoshi, you get Centurions. El Breeze, Grai, Atl-Nox are not mentioned. Buster near a low-level armored might help. Okay, cool. Thank you, Reliable Battle. I'll do my best to remember that next time. Yep, and we move on to the next map. My usual technique is to put an outright warrior because they target the armored. And what happened here is I forgot that it's not because they're in the melee class that they are warriors. So I figured they were going to behave the same way, but they don't. Alrighty, we are going to have Token, Skin, and the boss, and we start with a hard battle on the way to the token chest. Alrighty, so first step for me, clearing the quests. Alrighty. 20 battles, I don't think I'll get that today. So, I'm up to my singles, and, you know what, let's start that here. And half an hour to see how this turns out. And we will have a second World Witches chapter today. Alrighty. So, I am going to start this now. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch, and if you are looking to support me, that is my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 35 of The World Witches. Are any of them here? I scanned the large room for anyone looking nasty enough to be who Brandon means. No. Xander has a strict no hired help in the club rule. He makes the rules here? That's going to be a problem. Brandon laughs. He wishes. This place belongs to Marigold. She's the only one who can interface with the node. So only she makes the rules. Xander simply thinks that unless someone has the explorer class, they don't belong in here. So not everyone here is an explorer. Everyone here is an explorer, Brandon says. They just don't all have that as their class. I look around again, this time trying to determine who has or doesn't have Explorer as a class. I want to class anyone muscular as not it, but Brandard fits that description and he has the class. Then how does it work? How does Marigold know who to let in? You mean other than whoever she feels like it? I look at the bar top, ignoring my burning cheek. At a tabletop, ignoring my burning cheek. She mainly accepts those referred here by another explorer. Then there's bringing some sort of relic. That's how I got in. I figure you're in on account of of your armor. She recognized it, just like Xander did. So she, where are you going? I step away from the table to explain things to her. He grabs my arm. Sit down. I'm not going to let her think I'm Aaron's son. She's probably going to revoke your membership. Then she revokes it. It's not like I'm looking to go around exploring places. Then why? He shakes his head. Just sit down, Dennis. I have to explain a few things. If you feel you need to out yourself after that, I'm not hiding anything. It's not my fault she made an assumption, and all I want to do is correct her so she can decide properly. Brandon plasters on a smile. We're fine, he calls. Marigold is watching us. He lowers his voice. Please sit down. I consider wrenching my arm out of his hand. He's not holding me that tightly, but there's an edge of worry to his voice. Like he said, once he's done, I can go explain it to her, so I sit down. Look. He keeps his voice low, and I feel Marigold's eye on us. We're going to Kansas City, right? That's quite a way from here. Clubs like this aren't just for putting up relics and bragging about the latest ruin you found. I'm talking generalities, not you specifically. Each club has a place you can get equipment at reasonable price instead of getting gouged by the shops once they realize what you do for a living. They're places you can sleep and not worry about waking up with half your stuff missing. You can get food that isn't going to leave you sick hours later. The clubs are a lifeline for people like you and me. But I'm not a member of those other clubs. I reply, voice also low, not that I know why. So I don't see what the big deal is going to be. But you are. The instant Marigold added you to the membership list here, it got updated to all the other clubs. They can talk to each other? I thought only cities could, and only if... It's not talking. She can't send messages through the club. The list is in the system, and every club has linked to it. Don't ask me how. It's one thing I have no interest in researching. When a club meets the criteria for being an explorer's club, they can see the list and update it. Okay, but I still don't see how that affects me. You said you're coming with me to Kansas City. You're a member, so I can come in with you like I did here. What about on the way back? I'm not making any promises I'll return with you. No, it's not a threat. It's just how things are. I've never been to that city. There's bound to be ruins around there to explore, creatures to fight in them, relics to find and bring back. Okay, but I'm going to be a higher level by then, and I'm going to know the road, the places that are safe to stop, since I doubt there's going to be one of those clubs each night. Brendan looks at me like he can't fathom what I'm talking about. Okay, let's try this. What's the big deal if you don't tell Marigold? I haven't earned my place here. Not that I'm looking to earn one. I told you once I delivered the letter. I'm going home. To be a guard, yes, I got that. So, if you're never going to take advantage of it, what's the problem with just letting it slide by? It's not like anyone's going to raise a stink except Xander, maybe. But no one pays attention to him. People don't go over the list manually to see if everyone has done enough to merit staying on it. You need to screw up pretty bad to be taken off. Then no one will care if I'm not on it. I'm pretty sure Brandon covers up a groan by running a hand over his face. Are you for real? I narrow my eyes. Why does that matter? What does it matter to you? For a moment, I think he's going to make a joke. The side of his lip quiver, but he shakes his head. No one's that good of a person. I snort. I'm not that good. I disobeyed my dad when we got a monster wave and went to help defend it. I snuck out of town. I let my dad think I'd gotten Farmer as a class instead of standing up to him and just telling him what happened. I think he's amused, but his expression turns serious as I narrow my eyes on him. Okay, then how about if you need to protect someone? What? Something tells me that you're going to have an easy time picking up lost orphans and people who are at the end of their ropes. You might even end up with someone in actual danger, like what drew you to that dead end. What if someone's hunting the person you're protecting? You just going to let them sleep in any house offering beds in whatever city you come by? I don't know. Does that really happen? Orphans are left out to fend for themselves? Dad. That is always going on about how dangerous the world is, how people outside of court are no better than animals. I always figured it was just to scare me. I am exaggerating, Brendan admits. You don't get out much, do you? But the point is, there are bad people out there on top of monsters. You met a few of them already. I don't think you're going to walk away the next time it happens. The clubs are safe places. If you bring someone in, they will be protected from just about anyone short of the city's law enforcement. What about in other cities? Brendan shakes his head. A city's rules ends at its border. It's why there's such a thriving business in bounty hunting. Cities can pay good money for the return of an escaped criminal, but it doesn't matter to the club in another city. Unless that person does something there to get them evicted, we will all stand between them and whoever's after them. Between who you brought to be protected and who is after them. I didn't know the club did that, I say softly. He chuckles. You didn't know anything about the clubs before I told you, so don't feel too bad about it. Is it worth it, though? A potential safe place for people in trouble versus letting them think I'm Aaron's son, therefore deserving of being part of the club. It feels wrong. It feels like lying, but not the good kind. The kind that helps someone feel better. Maybe it's because I'm not dealing with the potential situation now. I'm just seeing how I feel. But Brandon's right. It isn't like I'm just going to walk by someone in trouble for all the fear. For all the fears my dad has, he raised me to help when I can. All right, I say without as much confidence as I'd like to put in. Still feels wrong to withhold information from Marigold instead of triumphant. Instead of triumphant, Brendan looks relieved. Okay, now that's sorted. How about you find the map and all those you have that shows how to get to Kansas City? I figure I'd go to the West Caravan Market and ask. So I'm going to add very trusting to your personality list. That sounds like an insult. Trust me, it isn't, he grins. But seriously, it's best if you know the route before getting with a caravan. They might not get there through the best way for you. Some caravans stop at every settlement on the way instead of heading for their destination as fast as possible. Knowing how many of those there are can let you work out if that's something you need to ask about when deciding which caravan you sign with. I was going to take one going to Buffalo, and from there I'd be able to find one going to Kansas City. Okay, if you're going to Buffalo, then why bother with a caravan? Why not just make the crossing? What is that? It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure why or from where. Crossing the lake. You have to know there are boats going from Toronto to the falls every day. There are places to sleep once we arrive, then the convoy heads to Buffalo in the morning. Convoy? Everyone who crossed is going to the city, so there's an escort system to take them there safely. Because of the number of people, it's not too expensive. What does not too expensive mean? I don't know. I don't bother with them when I didn't bother with them when I went to the city. I'm quite capable of handling my own problems, and unlike most folks, I like getting into fights. I'm willing to fight, I state, because that sounds like it was directed at me. I have no doubt. I can fight, he insists. He smiles. I saw how that went, remember? Just because my skills is low doesn't mean I can't fight. The best way to train is by fighting. Now you're talking my language. So we wouldn't bother with the convoy. How much is the crossing? How much of a hurry are you in? I close my mouth as soon as possible that wants to leave it. I don't know if it's just that I'm used to getting most of what I want without waiting, so I don't want to do that. But I do know that if I want speed, I have to sacrifice quality or money. Dad often said to customers who were in a hurry that he could do fast. All they had to do was choose if they wanted it badly done or expensive. Court doesn't have a lot of wealthy people, so that usually got them to agree for him to take the time needed. I also don't think that quality is something I want to sacrifice on a boat. It might just be the kind of accommodation we'd have for the day, but I suspect it might also mean how well built the boat is. I'd rather cross it safely and for not too much money. There's pride in the smile Brandon gives me. Come with me. He picks up the empty bowls and mugs. Marigold, I need you to book passage for the falls for me and Dennis. We're going to need a room until then. We're going to need rooms until then. Rooms? She replies, sounding surprised. What happened? She looks at me. Someone out there can actually resist the famous Hill's charm? Marigold, I'm hurt. You're right there. How could you even think I'd spend time charming anyone else? If you two are going to, I say, my cheeks burning, I'm going to want my own room. Otherwise, I'm willing to split the cost, so long as there are 2 beds, I add. I'd even make sure they are on the opposite sides of the room, she says. Come on, Marigold, that's just hurtful. She grins at Brendan. What can I say? The truth hurts. And that concludes chapter 35 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we are about a dozen chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Falcon! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Okay, I need to add... You are doing good. I am glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Doing read and corrects this morning. Good chapter. Well, thank you very much. I am quite pleased with the story. I like this story. I like all my stories, but this one is fun to write. Like I'm literally letting it go wherever it was. Like I've got things I want to address, but otherwise it is just fun. Okay. So this is done. I've got a bit of time. Need to do a few things. And what have you been up to? Hey, Bluer. Welcome to the stream, and your clock has been updated. Wait. Also, Reliable Battle. I saw Reliable Battle earlier. So, Reliable Battle, your clock has also been updated. I did not rename this. Okay, interesting. Actually, I'm not at that stage yet. Right, the stage I'm at is this, so let's grab you. Is there any system stuff in here? It's not. Wait. Oh, okay, good. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 131 allies. We're going up against 45 enemies. And we are off with, let's see, Benji in first place. Argurian takes over that. Benji is in second. Deboken Event is in second. Benji's in third. Benji feels familiar. I think this is somebody who may be back after a time away. Argurian is in first place. Deboken is in first. Argurian is in second. Benji takes third again after Naval tries. And I think we're done. There we go. We are indeed done. Deboken Event is in first place. 1 kill, 21 assists. Argurian is in second place, 21 assists, and Benji M9 is in third with 13 assists. We have gold twice. Do we have the Dr. Derp? The Lady Lights? And Bluer is there to take the gold, as always. The Bomber is not currently claimed by anyone, so Basha Nana, you get gold. Papa Moi, you get bombers. And we move on to a hard battle before a token chest. Alrighty, still on my singles. Megs this time for my fairy. In half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I think, you know what? Let's set this up for, well, let's see how big the next chapter of Once Broken is. Once Broken, chapter 12, 24. Yeah, you know what? I'll catch up to that at a later time. Okay. Okay. The World Witches is pure first person. Yes. Yes, it is. It is first person. It will remain first person. Dennis will be our only point of view in the story. My plan is for every book in this world to be first person. It is always, uh, Onward and Company is already like that. It's gonna stay like that when I rewrite it. What I wrote of Going Mobile is also like that. And while that one's going to be hard, actually, is Unsanctioned Mission written in first point of view? What I've got of it. Are you in here? No, probably not. Hmm. Unsanctioned Mission. No, okay. At this point, Unsanctioned Mission is written third person. If well, if this gets rewritten as part of the world, which is, um, it will be interesting to shift this to first person if I make Richard the point of view character. Huh. Might be interesting to tell this from Jackson's point of view instead of Richard. Huh. But yes. In a first person book, how do I handle events that happen in the world that the main character isn't close to, or however I want to call it? Well, in a first person point of view story, the only thing you can tell is what the character point of view character is aware of. If the main character is not aware of them, I don't talk about them. If they are important to the story, at some point the character will become aware of them, and that is when they will be addressed. Um, it is one of the downside of first person is that you need to find ways of having the information you feel is important for the reader to get reach the main character. And yeah, that can be interesting. I mean, for me, it's not that different because I do the same thing in third person. I always do a third person narrow, which means I only show what's around my point of view character, and I avoid giving too many multiple point of view. Um, I personally feel that adding a point of view just for the sake of giving information to the reader it is not the best way to do it. I've read it. I've yet to come across an author that pulls it off to my satisfaction. Um, but yeah, in first person, that is the limit you have. If an event happens far away, if it's if the you're yeah you're I mean, If it happens far away in the way of as part of world building, my question is, does the reader need to know about it? If it's never going to affect the main character, does it matter if the reader knows or does not know about it? Um, and if it's going to affect the character, well, that is probably when um, they can find out about it. Like, like I, I actually can't think. Nothing comes to mind. Well, actually, no, yeah. Something does come to mind. Through all of this, there is a mastermind manipulating the situations around Dennis. And it's never going to be mentioned until that mastermind shows up. Until he makes what he considers to be his final move to get what he's after, and Dennis becomes aware of it. That means, if I do it right, that there are events in the story that won't make total sense. There are events where things will happen and I will have reader going, yeah, that doesn't work. Because they will be missing information and I will not be giving it to them. I like this is not a writers. Some writers don't trust their authors, but their readers. But I put a lot of trust in my readers. Now, that doesn't mean I never listen to them, but they've pointed out a lot of mistakes in my books. But I do start with the idea that they are going to be able to pick up on details, that some things will feel odd, and they'll sort of figure out that, okay, there's more going on than what is apparent. And when the reveal happens, things will fall into place. I may screw it up. I may not pull it up properly, at which point I'll have to fix things or change the plan. And I've done so. Like, there's a few places in the Dungeon Runner series where I went for a feel, for an idea, and did not pull it off, so I fixed it. Do you world build event that happen just in case you want to incorporate? Now, you need to understand that the way I world build is backwards. I do not put an event in the world until my character becomes aware of it, and then I build it backwards. So I don't world build event in case I want to incorporate it. Something will happen. This mysterious event that never existed until now will happen. And then I will retroactively incorporate it as part of the world. And if needed, tweak the story so that these new event affect what happened to my character. I never never. I do not sit down ahead of time and world build. I world build as I write. I put in the events that I need as I need them, and I simply make sure to not contradict myself after the fact or fix contradiction that these new events introduce. I'm a discovery writer. Trying to plan very far ahead doesn't really work for me. Now, having said that, I will throw things like here when Dennis is looking through his maps about and there's Sudbury with a question mark around it. I may never address it, but there is something there that I've known is there for a while. And the reason I know it's there is because the book that doesn't exist yet, Unsanctioned Mission, creates the situation, create what is at Sudbury in the time of Dennis. What I will do instead of world building events that I might make use of is I'll throw in my stories ideas, little details that are not necessarily relevant to what is going on beyond adding flavor, but that I might start unraveling further and add, a new thing to the story. It's like I said, like it's what works for me. Because I am a discovery writer. I like the spur of the moment thing. Hopefully that is helpful. And for your, I would say I mean, do what works for you, Falcon. And you know, it may be a question at this point of trying something to see if it's going to work for you. You know, that is a large part of starting to write, of figuring out, you know, what process. Because the thing is, I don't believe that anyone starts really knowing if they are an outliner or a discovery writer. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 169 allies. We're going up against 56 enemies. And we are off with Solid Ella in first place, Sergeant K Dog in second. Q is Create takes over that. Disillusionist is now in third, and we are going all over the place. Ella is in first, Q is in second, Disillusionist is in third. No epics. Okay, interesting. And we are down to basically the last of the enemies. And one more, and we'll be done. There we go. Well done. We have one. Solid Ella is in first place. 1 kill, 37 assists. Sergeant K Dog is in second place with 20 assists. Nursing Geek and White Fox Mink are tied third place, 19 assists each. We have Musketeers. Do we have a blue or Swede so they can get their backup? We have Fairies. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? We do have a reliable battle within this battle. So they get Fairies. And the rest will go to Jump Nude and Jump Noob and Disillusionist for the Fairies, Bashanana for the Musketeer. And we move on to a token chest. Where I am on my singles, meaning it's time for my fairies. Sorry, no, my Lancer. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. what am I working on this afternoon? Well, more specifically, what is this afternoon's chapter about? All right. It is lunchtime for me. Actually, I want to check something real quick. Okay, so yeah. All right. So I am going on lunch. I will do my best to be back within 20 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 131 allies. We are going up against 99 enemies. Sigma's in the lead. Nunnos is in second and third, and Gon Q is in third as Ginger Gamer takes over first. Sigma's now in second. Ivy Not Me is in third. Ginger is in first. Sigma's in second. Trexiboni's now in third. Ginger Gamer killed 2 of the epics. There's my cursor. Alrighty, a few enemies left. Ginger Gamer still in first place. Trexiboni's in second. Sigma is in third. And I think that we are done. Really, those are not epics. Interesting. Ginger Gamer is in first place. 20 kill, 7 assist. Trexiboni and Sigma OS are tied in second place with 26 assists, and Ivy Not Me is in third with 18 assists. We have fairies. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? Nope, reliable battle is not within this battle. Then we have Shinobi and Saints, which no one is currently claiming. So, K Blaster gets the Fairy, Sergeant K Dog gets the Saints, and Nyx Flare gets the Shinobi. And I get to collect scrolls. And then we get to move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And I am still on singles. That means it is time for my Lego head. And we will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 121 allies. We're going up against 101 enemies. Soulstream starts in the lead. Sigma's in second. Sipima is in third. Sigma takes over first. Slippy back in third. Monster jumps all the way to first, gets pushed down to second, to third, back to second. Ginger Gamer's in first. Monster Bait is in second. Lucial is in second. Monster Bait is in third. And with that, we're done. We have won. Ginger Gamer is in first place, 30 kill, 12 assist. Linciel is in second place, 7 kill, 19 assist. And Soulstream makes it the third at the last moment, 2 kill, 22 assist. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Do we have the Lady Heights? How about a Bluer Swede? As always, Bluer is there to get gold. We have a fairy. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? No, no reliable battle within this battle, and no one is currently claiming the Berserkers. So, Jessiku, Nokiami, you get Berserkers. Astromage gets gold, and Neflex gets the fairies. And we get to move on, I believe, to a... No, not yet. Very hard battle before the skin chest. Alrighty, so back to my Lancers again. And half an hour to see how this turns out. All right. So, chapter 15 of Rabid. It is an Alex chapter. Let's change the icon. So, how do I... This is basically about Alex saying goodbye to the company he worked for many years. The number is not given, but at least I don't think I give a number. But he has been working there for quite a while, and I think that one aspect that I need to put through this is that he's grown to care about the place. Not just in that it's useful to him, but in that the banter he's had with Catherine over the years has grown to mean something. A little bit like, have, well, I want to say a little bit like having an annoying sister, but the thing is, he has a sister, which we aren't meeting. I don't have plans for her to ever be in the story. We will see his brother. I think she's reference to at some point, but that's about it. But yeah, if the if I make it to the fourth trilogy, what in my head I am calling the Lost Hope trilogy, we will see Raphael, Alex's brother, Raffi. Depending how the trilogy goes, because the thing with that trilogy is I don't know what to do with it. I know what I want it to be about, but I've yet to be able to think of a story beyond the start of the first book. Because basically, that trilogy is about them making a home. It's about them taking these attempts at fitting in elsewhere and going, screw this. We are going to make our own place, and those around us, those who want to be here, will have to adapt. But beyond that, I don't really like we have events. Like the first book would be about kind of sort of that and the conflict as such as it might be would be about the introduction of Azir as a person rather than as a voice. But anyway, that's for then. So. But yeah, like I would like an entire trilogy in the town of Lost Hope. But I do not know if I have enough. I don't know. I do not know if I have enough, if I can come up with enough story to tell there. If not, Lost Hope might simply be the first book. And then we'd have Raffi show up for the second, and second and third would probably be a story. Which is why I'm not a fan of that method, because it would basically be 2 story over 3 books. And I would prefer stories to have trilogies. But I do have a 3rd trilogy before I get there, so the one following this, On the Run. Well, I don't know if On the Run is what I would call it. Actually, I don't know that I've called in the trilogies anything. I do have themes in my head. All right. How do I start? This is Alex. I can start this anywhere, but The wrist stretch will have to wait about 30 minutes till I'm done with my walking. Atoll Station 1. Battle Station. We have 142 allies. We're going up against 150. Let's see. Over Buzz is in first place. Nursing Geek takes that over. James Legrenouille. James? Huh. Not a name I'm used to seeing in French. James. Nursing Geek is in first. Overbuzz is in first. Mr. Shadowseer is in third. Let's see. Nursing Geek takes over first. Overbuzz is in second. Shadowseer is in third. Lots of epics being destroyed. That is good. Alrighty, we have one. Nursing Geek is in first place, 3 kill, 34 assist. Overbuzz is in second place, 1 kill, 36 assist. Mr. Shadowseer is in third, 16 kill, 20 assist. We have gold twice. Do we have the Dr. Derp? The Lady Knights. There's the lady. And a bluer Swede. There's bluer. Then we have monks and the musketeers. Bluer got the gold, so they do not get their backup. Junimon and Trexie Bunny, you get monked. MC 117 AI, you get musketeers. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. Enemies will appear over time. All right. Well, let's see how that turns out in half an hour. Oh, I get it. J'aime les grenouilles. I love frogs. Oh, damn it. It took me way too long to get that. lady a wrist stretch. So lateral. Outside right wrist. Outside left wrist. Inside right wrist. Inside left wrist. Up. Center. Down. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 152 allies. We're going up against 44 enemies. Really? Okay. What is this? Okay. Well, let's see what happens. Salazar is in first place. Waymo is in third as Sergeant K Dog takes over second place, but Waymo's back in second. Aries Cutie is in second. Waymo is now in third. Salazar maintains the first. Aries Cutie is in second. Waymo is in third. The boss. Right, this is a skin battle, right? I don't know. I do not remember. Yep, that was a skin battle. And we are done. Salazar is in first place with 18 assists. Aries Cutie, Waymo are tied second place with 13 assists, and Izuno is in third, 4 kill, 8 assist. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a Bluer Swede? There's Bluer. Then we have a fairy. Do we have a reliable battle within the battle? No, this is not the day to bounce on enough. We've had a lot of fairies today. And then the Berserker is... Wait a minute, what? Is not claimed by anyone. Oh. Nyx Flare gets the fairies. This illusionist gets the Berserker. And we get to move on, I believe, to the boss. Alrighty, still on singles. That means it's time for my Lancer. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Battle Station. Everyone, Battle Station. We have 173 allies. We're going up against 151 enemies. And we are off. Overbars is in second as Sigma ends up in second place. MC 117 is in first. Sigma's in second. Amoronix is in third. Salazar kills two of the epics. MC17 is in first, Sigma in second, Amoronix is in third. And yeah, we are slowly going through the enemies. Let's see, Sigma's in, MC17 is in first, Sigma's in second, Jesse Koo is now in third. Inky, Bob Infinity killed epics. Ooh, there's a lot of range in this. Okay, what is this? Sludge artillery, epic. Alrighty, MC 117 is in first, Sigma's in second, Zuckerfuhr Daorhen makes it the third, as we get rid of the last of the enemies. MC 117 is in first place, 2 kills, 34 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 35 assists. Zuckerfuhr Daorhen is in third, 34 assists. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about the Lady Wrights? Bluer Swede by any chance? There's Bluer. Getting gold. Lego Head. Do we have the Dark Lord? Yes! The Dark Lord of Legos is with us. And the Centurions, well, they're not claimed by anyone. So, Bragi, son of Odin, gets gold. And J'aime les Grenouilles gets Centurion. And we've cleared the map. I get scrolls. And we get a new map. Okay, so gold, skin, oh, scroll, and the boss. We will reach those tomorrow, but we start with a moderate battle. On the way to the gold chest. Alrighty, still on my singles. That means it is time for my Lego head. And you know what? Let's start here. It is past 2, so I need to check in on the shop for anything which is not level 30. That means this guy. I am still above 20k. I get a refresh. And my Lego head gets some scrolls. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and I still have 3 refresh. There's the second one. And there's the third. small chapter today. May or may not get larger in the second draft. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 176 allies. We're going up against 80 enemies. And we are off. Let's see. Zelimir is in first place. Medio is in... Okay. Zelimir is in first. DeSoto is in second. Medi is in third. And the enemies are done. Huh. Oh, right. The referees. Zelimir is in first place, 5 kill, 25 assist. DeSoto is in second place with 15 assists. And Medi is in third with 13 assists. We have gold 3 times. Do we have a Dr. Derp? The lady writes. A blue or Swede gets gold. Then we have a rogue that no one is currently claiming. So, Jonathan, you get gold too, along with reliable battle. Hey, Ryuku, you get the rogues. And we get to move on for the last battle of the day to a hard battle. And I am on... No, right over here. Hey, reliable battle, how are you doing today? You know what? There's not a lot over here, so... I say that, and somebody's already showing up there, so... You know what? It's just not... No, there's more people there, so... We will simply rely on this today. It is... There's something I wanted to look at. Oh, I could have sworn. Did I check this? Yep, I did. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're good. My week is going well. This afternoon's chapter was always on the short side, but I'm okay with that. And now I am passing time until the end of my day.
Hello.
Hello.
Could you
Oh,
telegram
right.
me the password please,
Sorry.
for the Wi-Fi?
I saw your message. Got
Oh,
busy and completely forgot.
I just assumed you were doing other things
Yeah.
and didn't have your telegram up,
No, I
which
did.
is why I came down to
Yeah.
ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you mean for the house drive?
No. The Wi-Fi.
Oh, the Wi-Fi. Okay.
Yeah. I know it has a .pas in it, but that only narrows it down a little. I'm gonna save it into a document on my phone so I don't have to ask for it when I am doing computer stuff. And the new router easily reaches upstairs, so I'm probably just gonna unplug my thing from the kitchen and put it away.
All right. Oh, right. I still need to. Why is this closed? I need to do that. Saturday. That's probably what happened. Oh well. Hello, Witchmal. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You don't know how it's going? Okay, that's interesting. Then I hope it is going well. Actually, this is now kind of random. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 187 allies. We're going up against 146. Sigma's in first. Reliable Battle takes that over. Skies is in third. No longer. Mustico is in third. In second. In third again. In second. Overbuzz is in first. Reliable Battle is in first. El Mustico is in third. Overbuzz is in second. Reliable Battle is in first. Overbuzz is in second. El Mustico is in third. And let's see. We have a few enemies left. Oh, I killed an epic. I killed a troll. Am I still alive? Yes, I am. Very cool. And now we're done. We have won. Reliable Battle is in first place, 8 kill, 52 assist. Overbuzz is in second place, 4 kill, 40 assist. And El Mustico is in third, 1 kill, 32 assist. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? The lady writes. A bluer Swede. There's bluer. So they get the gold. Healers and busters are currently not claimed by anyone. So, Jump Noob, Araxa, you get healed. Bimarvalk and Elbreeze, you get bombed. No, you get busted. Sorry. And that brings the battling today to an end. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a hard battle. Then we'll have gold skin scrolling the boss. I hope to see you then. And with my writing being done, I will end the day with a raid to Neil. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. Thank you for the assists in the battles for those who participate, and just the company for everyone else. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step, and in the afternoon, Inner Discord. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have yourself a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you